Great. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well today. Once again, we're seeing software getting creamed this morning. Big rotation out of IGV, Microsoft, CRM, Oracle, ServiceNow. All of them are under some sell side pressure just when it looked like software was catching a big rotation bid. Getting some more profit taking and follow through to the downside. Possible buying opportunities. I am looking at going long Microsoft. It's back testing that 7-day moving average just shortly shy of it. The area that I'm looking at today is a potential sweep of this pivot low off the open for a bit of a day trade. Might also be an interesting spot to try to maybe stab along, but it might come down to the lower consolidation here. But Microsoft's on watch. We got massive buy programs hitting your semiconductors this morning. So Micron back over 700 with force. Closing at 698.88. Back inside this parallel channel. Obviously, semiconductors are the talk of the town right now. Considering we have NVIDIA earnings after hours, it's pretty aggressive buy-side pressure that people are doing here into the semiconductors. Intel also a pretty big. Marvell up huge here on the session. So across the board, all your semiconductors are eating once again. There were a couple earnings after hours or this morning. Analog devices, ADI, getting some more sell side pressure off its earnings report. Wasn't really that bad of an earnings, but definitely seeing a little bit of a dip here. Possible head and shoulders on the hourly chart is trying to trigger. Let's look at Lowe's. So Lowe's also reporting earnings this morning. Stock is kind of trading very similar to Home Depot. Down, down, down. Let's look at TJX. TJX this morning is gapping up on the session. Let's look at ZIM. ZIM, not doing too much. So along with NVIDIA earnings after hours, we do have Intuit, a big IGV component. I think it still holds over 4% weighting. Still pretty oversold down here. This is one that I got my eye on for long, but haven't decided to pull the trigger. Maybe if we get a gap down, I'd buy it. ELF. Whoops. Elf Beauty also under significant pressure, trading near the lows. Coming into this interesting double bottom. I would take it off of a long down here for a day trade if it flushes. Plug Power has been under pressure over the last couple days, seeing a little bit of a bounce here in the pre-market. Seeing aluminum stocks AA bouncing quite nicely. Freeport McMoran copper stocks also getting a little bit of a bounce here. Healthcare still seeing a bit of that rotationary trade. It is green in the pre-market. Zoetis ZTS still trying to make its move higher. Staple stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Seeing a little bit of buy-side pressure in your robotics, Symbiotic. Serve Robotics. But pretty much everything's your semiconductors again today. CRM is down 1.3, Microsoft down 0.64. Financials are holding steady. SoFi still defending that double bottom support from yesterday. It is slightly green in the pre-market. A little bit of flow into utilities. Let's look at crypto here. BTC still trying to defend that 50-day moving average. Bouncing here nicely. Hmm. A little bit of softening here in the pre-market off of your major indices. Oil's down about 2.2, nat gas down about 2. Dollar is still green. Yields are backing off a little bit. Even though oil has cooled off a little bit on the back of Trump saying, hey, I think it's only 2 or 3 more days in Iran. Market still doesn't seem to really believe it. Crude oil is just doing a little bit of a back test of its 7 days. Chart still looks epically bullish, like it wants to push higher. Your DXY guys still looking crazy bullish as well, trying to break out of a daily chart bull flag. Go to your hourly chart. There is an inverted head and shoulders setting up here intraday. If we clear this pivot, you got a pretty big squeeze higher in the dollar, which takes you well over $100. $100, things get a little bit shaky for the rest of the world, but $100. And I still think that we're likely heading back to this zone here. This red resistance zone. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with NVIDIA earnings. It's going to be a blockbuster report. They're going to beat, double beat, but the question is, what's the reaction going to be? So QQQ is leading the charge to the upside right now. IWM is in second place, and SPY is lagging. You do have Google taking a little bit of a breather. It is currently negative in the pre-market. Looks like Google wants to maybe push to its 20-day moving average there. Apple also seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the pre-market. Microsoft's pretty heavy, down 0.75%, 0.72%. Amazon is slightly green, up 0.17%. Still think Amazon needs to hit that earnings low. Meta slightly green, but more or less flat. Meta did announce some start of their layoffs overnight. Usually layoffs are very bullish for a stock, and it really hasn't affected it. Obviously, it looks like it's probably priced in. Tesla is still holding a little bit of support, bouncing here on the daily chart. Not looking too bad, but it's all your semis. It's all your semis. Netflix still lagging a little bit. Let's look at financials real quick. XLF trying to hold steady. JP Morgan is bouncing slightly here. Wells Fargo. Looking at some of our cyber names. PanW taking a bit of a breather. CrowdStrike also taking a breather. Let's look at Cloudflare, NET. NET is interesting down here. Very interesting. This is one I got my eye on for a swing trade as well. I like the fact that it's trying to hold this 200 level. It's 198 volume shelf. Good morning, YS. Uranium did hit a little bit of support yesterday, so it's bouncing slightly. Not a bad spot for URA. So it seems like the usual black hole of liquidity from your semis are sucking a lot of stocks dry right now. Let's look at food here. Wheat. Wheat still looks crazy bullish, strong. Ava also reported earnings. Stock is bouncing with some force here, up quite nicely. Let's look at Chipotle, CMG. Chipotle could run in sympathy, guys. CMG could run in sympathy to Kava. That one is on watch for a bit of a sympathy trade. Intraday chart is not looking too bad here for a bit of a long. I would suggest keeping that one on your radar. YS is saying he wants to bet on Nvidia earnings. Yeah, there's a lot of way to play Nvidias. I mean, you can play the Qs, you can play SOXX, you can play SMH, you can play other individual semis, you can play XLK. A lot of ways to play the Nvidia earnings. Market moving stock for sure. No question about it. So again, I'm looking at a long on Microsoft today, guys. If it flushes into, whoops. I want to see it undercut this pivot. I would take some upside calls. If we undercut this little pivot here, 413 Pierce, 412.90, I would be a buyer for sure. That's a little liquidity sweep. Let's get ready to rock and roll here, guys. Nice little move up here on Dragonfly, guys. A little bit of news here regarding a contract award, so it's looking pretty good. Ondas has made a pretty much almost a full round trip, so some of these drone stocks have gotten clobbered over the last couple of days, but what I've observed is DPRO has held quite steady here, so I like it a lot. All right. So again, I'm looking at Microsoft calls, guys, if we flush below this pivot. Wouldn't surprise me for semiconductors to hold a lot of their gains and then maybe see a little bit of sell side pressure into the close. Microsoft is good, but Trump sold it. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. Oh shit, your mags are on those 0 DTEs. It's 0 DTE for mags, so expect some volatility, guys. Mags are on 0 DTE today. Good morning, Renzer. All right, crude oil is trying to perk up a little bit here. Same with natural gas, same with the US Dixie. That's the dollar. Dollar if you holla. What do we got, Microsoft? What do we have here? All right, guys, markets are open sesame. Markets are open. I repeat, we are open. Nice drop on Microsoft. Microsoft catching that bid. Lots of wicking around here this morning. We got wicks everywhere. SPY still holding steady here. Nice move on Symbotic, Alcoa, Nokia. Your semis are still strong. Microsoft getting a big fat buy. I don't know, the wicks are seeming crazy fast today. The wicks are seemingly crazy fast. SOXX is still trying to break out here. Intel up 6.7, Marvell up 6. Sheesh. CRM, ServiceNow still getting smoked. Big bounce originally there on Microsoft. Never officially hit my level. Nvidia pulled back initially, but once again seeing a bit of buy side pressure. Intel up 7, Tesla up 1.3. Meta struggling today. Microsoft still struggling, but trying to defend its lows. Amazon getting a nice bounce. Apple's trying to stay green. Google ripping now. Was weak in the pre-market, but now it's strong as heck. S&P seeing a little bit of sell side pressures. Semis are still trying to hold steady. Uranium, nice bounce today. Mixed bag across the board. What is this doing? So big bounce on Microsoft. Man, oh man, look at how they fucking almost came into that level. Just missed me. Fuck. So that Microsoft trade is off, or Microsoft trade is off the table for myself. You know what's looking spicy here, guys, is DPRO. DPRO. Looking really, really good. Looks like DPR wants that gap fill. Wouldn't be surprised to see a big push there intraday on the award contract. SOXX is still shaking and moving to the top side here, trying to backtest that neckline zone. Staples have rolled over a little bit. Netflix struggling, financials are now struggling. ServiceNow is getting clobbered, guys. ServiceNow back under 98.73, piercing the 50-day moving average and drilling hard and fast. ServiceNow, there might be a bounce on ServiceNow. I might actually look at taking it on the long side. It's coming in pretty quickly here. Yeah, I like ServiceNow calls, guys. You see we're 2 days. We're trading at 98. What's the spread? I'm going to take the $98 calls on ServiceNow. I want to see it pierce that 98. Good morning, Polly. Yeah, right here. An undercut of this pivot. I like it. I like ServiceNow as we undercut this pivot here. Pierce of 98. I'm looking at the $98 calls. I want to get it sub 250. I got a buy order around 250 on the calls. That's a nice undercut of that pivot. That looks really good. I know there's a Head and Shoulders. It's a big drop. All right, guys, I got a fill on service now at $2.40. 2.40. High risk trade. Stop loss is $2, so I'm long the $98 calls on service now. $98 calls on service now. I am long. Got the fill at $2.40. Stop loss is $2. Let's play ball. Nice little bounce starting. That was a nice little sweep of that pivot. Very similar trade to Microsoft, just Microsoft never ever gave it to us. Come on. SOXX is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nice bounce. Still seeing heavy sell side pressure. Nice bounce, guys. Nice bounce. Moving stop to break even. Trade is risk free. That's a hard stop at 240 for myself. Come on, give me a little bit more service now. Give me a little more. Anything over $3, guys, on service now is a sell. Hopefully right into this pivot low. So what we look for. Nice. 295 on the mid. Beautiful. Come on. Come on. All right, guys. I am all out of my service now. I'm all out of service now. Boom. Beautiful. 3.1 exit, guys. From 240, 3.1. I'm all out. Nice little win. Nice little win, guys. IGV trying to hold some support. Microsoft's still pretty heavy. There still might be a trade on Microsoft, but I'm all out of service now, guys. All out. Let's look at Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft ended up doing what was done. I just didn't give it enough time. It undercut that pivot, just like ServiceNow. Very identical trade. Undercut liquidity sweep of that pivot low, bouncing quite nicely. Microsoft, I might actually look to get into Microsoft here for it to go green. It's looking pretty spicy. That was a nice little trade there, guys, on ServiceNow. Good stuff. I might jump into Microsoft calls here, guys. Let me just see what they're trading at. I know there's 0 DTs. The service now are 2 days. Microsoft though draining hard here. But I think I like it. I think I like it. Microsoft, where are we trading? 413, maybe 415s are risky. Yeah, I'm looking at 415 Microsoft calls. That would be back to opening range high. There is definitely some support down here. It's just if it loses this gap window, obviously it looks like it goes to gap fill. Let me see. If I get them below $1.25, these 415 calls, I'll jump into them for Microsoft. And those will be 0 DTEs. So $1.25 or lower, I'll jump into the 415 Microsoft zeros. Stop loss, if I get the entry, will be about $1.10. All right, they're coming up here. They're coming up here. All right, guys, I am long Microsoft, $1.20, 415 call. Stop loss is going to be $1.05. I'll give it a little bit more room to run. $1.05 stop. I'm long the 415 call on Microsoft. Got filled at $1.20. Right at that low, pretty much. IGV is trying to bounce. Nice bounce. Your semis are still bouncing. Nvidia is starting to firm up once again. SPY still holding structure. IGV getting a fat bounce here. Nice bounce on Microsoft. That was telegraphed, guys. Anything under $1.25. We're now trading at $1.50. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, baby. Bounce it, Microsoft. Bounce it. All right, guys, I'm putting my stop loss on Microsoft at break even. Hard stop. Break even. Trade is risk free. Nice. Let's go, let's go, let's go. IGV seeing a nice bounce here. Come on, software, bounce it. Get your big butt up there, Microsoft. Trade on Microsoft is nice and green, guys. Do not let it go against you. I'm in zeros, so I'm not going to let it go against me. Hard stop at $1.20 is my entry. Still seeing a little bit of heaviness in certain sectors of the market. Your semis are still your bright spot and pushing. SOXX is pushing above 510 here. Pushing hard. Come on, hold the line, Microsoft. Don't you fucking fumble these. Come on. IGV still looking interesting, like it wants to push for its opening range high. Damn you, Microsoft. Damn you. Don't stop me out. Don't stop me out. Oh my goodness, close to being stopped out on Microsoft. Still long. $1.20 is my entry. Oh shit. Come on, hold the line, Microsoft. Hold the line. Marvell, wow, up 7.68%. Beast mode. Absolute beast mode. S&P still holding structure. Nvidia still holding 221. IGV trying to push a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher. China stocks are under some sell side pressure this morning. Crude oil still consolidating right at its opening range levels, opening range low. All right, guys, I got stopped out of Microsoft break even. Stopped out of Microsoft. Trade was green, but stopped out break even. Like I said, I don't want to mess around with it. Yeah, that's a hard rejection there on Microsoft. It looks like maybe Microsoft wants to flush to that gap fill, guys. That to me is probably the next long level. They did stop me out. Break even. Fucking snakes, man. Watch them reverse it off this level now. Fucking bastards, man. Fucking guys. Fucking Microsoft, these guys. I still like this software trade, but I can't believe they just did that to me. I mean, I could get back into these Microsoft 415s. SPY's still pumping. SOXX is pumping. IGV catching a nice bid. Oh, look at that. They wicked me out. Netflix looking like doo today. Microsoft Meta struggling. JP Morgan still red and struggling. Software is still trying. Uranium was green, starting to get fade a little bit. eVTOL stocks are down. AMD still holding bullish structure. Bitcoin's green. Natural gas is trying to climb back here. Fucking Microsoft, man. These guys wicked me out. Service now, anyone still holding that, you're pumping. You are pumping it. CRM catching a nice bid. Oracle still pumping. Now the whole market's starting to pump, guys. You got everything catching a nice bid. Look at Microsoft go. Fuck. Man, they were just so nasty. They had to wick me out here. IGV trying to break through its opening range low. I repeat, IGV trying to go for that gap fill. SOXX still trading at the highs. Crude oil softening a little bit. Silver up 1.9. Gold flat to green. IWM up 1%. Your Russell is leading the charge to the upside. SPY is lagging. QQQ up 0.85% and moving. Big push on IGV. Really fat candles. Oof. How is Palantir and AppLovin doing? Yeah, look at Palantir. Holy moly. AppLovin, big buy the dip, coming in with force. Look at SPY now trying to trigger this inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. AppLovin making a nice move. Oracle into it as earnings after hours. That one's also trying to get a dip buy. I wonder if they're going to take Microsoft green here. They could. They potentially could. So at least we caught a nice little winner on service now, guys. Hopefully some of you are still long that as it's crossing over $100 area. It does look like SPY wants to go higher here. Nvidia starting to push pretty hard here. Google's getting faded, but Apple's starting to push. Let's see some of the high volume names today. Poet is ripping. Nokia has rolled over. That's interesting. Plug Power still red. RDW red. Neo struggling. Grab. INFY. CLSK, that's a name I haven't heard for a while. That's up green on the high volume list. IBRX pushing. TE. Wow, up 17%. Micron still holding steady. Oh my god, man, those Microsoft 415s would have paid. Shit. They literally, I thought I picked the low. I was patient with that. Oh my god. I'm now salty. Super salty. Wow. I hate them. They couldn't. They just had to go down and hunt my stop. My goodness. Yeah, the market's fully bully right now, except you still have a strong dollar consolidating quite well here. And crude oil is trying to form potential W formation at the lows here. Still holding, remember, WTI is still holding that 7-day moving average, so it's bullish. It's super bullish. Let's look at these SOXX chart, guys. They are still holding structure. Fucking crazy, man. They're now trying to get above that neckline. This is an aggressive short zone for your SOXX. If you're wanting to take a short here, I have no issues. Just keep a stop loss above this opening range high pivot. So this 51270 kind of area would be your stop loss on the trade. But if you're wanting to short SOXX, not a bad area to do so. What else is that? Oh my goodness, I got a mosquito bite and it's so itchy. Of course, it's on my mouse hand, my right hand. Every time I move my mouse, activates the itch. Damn mosquitoes. AMD still a beast. That's up pretty firmly. So sector performance today, guys. Right now we are seeing the majority of the market pushing pretty hard here. Communications XLC is down 0.39. Materials are up 0.24. Financials are flat to green. XLE is red slightly. Industrials are up 0.27. XLK, obviously your powerhouse sector, up 1.14. Staples are drilling today. Your worst performing sector. Staples. Real estate is up 0.43, utilities are up 0.73, healthcare up 0.24, and consumer discretionary XLY up 0.43. Interesting. A little bit of a mixed bag. So Walmart and Costco, are they down today? Yeah, they're getting smoked here. Walmart getting wrecked. Costco coming in. How's TJX? Wow, TJX is moving here. So surprisingly enough, it's not adding real sympathy. Let's look at this analog devices. That's got a big buy program. Look at that semi rejection, guys. Hard rejection. Neckline so far on SOXX is holding. Nvidia is starting to roll over a little bit more. Netflix is trying to make a bit of a comeback here. Polly saying Target had good earnings and is down. Let's take a quick peek at Target, TGT. Yeah, look at that. Nasty. Wow. It's actually a big drop. I didn't realize Target. I forgot. Nice buy program there. I still feel like Walmart's going to probably get a big bounce intraday, bouncing off the 7-day moving average. But the only issue is Walmart did this fake breakout on the daily. The chart still looks bullish. Looking at SOXX is once again getting a buy program. Nvidia is still looking pretty strong here. Micron's seeing a little bit more fade. What else? Micron got a hard rejection off its pre-market high, but AMD is just fully bully today. AMD moving hard. Microsoft still lagging pretty immensely. Maybe there's another trade here on Microsoft 415s, guys. I'm liking this back test on MSFT again. I'm looking at going long. I just don't know if I want to take 0 days or wait a little bit more. Take 2 days. 0 days are crazy volatile and highly profitable, but 2 days are probably the more conservative play. You spot one AMD short, nice. Yeah, it should come in. I don't mind that short. IGV still waning here. I'm thinking of taking a lotto gap and crack here on SOXX, guys. I'm thinking of taking 500 put on SOXX today. Oh no, the spread's too fucking wide. You see, it's not that nice. Maybe I can just do a QQQ. Downside put. Crude oil and the dollar are looking like they want to break out again. SPY running into quite a bit of sell side pressure here. How is the Qs here? Yeah, Qs maybe looking for a gap and crack. All right, guys, I'm going to take two contracts short 695 QQQ Lotto, 695 put QQQ. High risk, size appropriately. All right, guys, so I'm short the QQQ here. This is a Lotto trade, sized appropriately. This is a high risk Lotto. Looking for a prior day low retest, size appropriate. Do not full port, please. Do not full port. And see the SOXX getting rejected intraday off of its 7-day moving average. Still a big area. QC, it's a very risky trade. It's super risky. Market's still defending this area, so if we get above these pivots, the probably should take a stop out of these Qs, but they're lottos. It's a small trade. It's a very small trade for myself. I am seeing crude oil trying to potentially break out of here, out of its opening range high level. We have seen Google get faded again. Microsoft still weak. Meta still weak. Nvidia still hanging on there. But I think it's gonna be a chop day ahead here. They're gonna try to burn. Yeah, QQ does look like chop. But watching crude oil in the Dixie's about to break out here of a pretty key level. So that's could be a problem for the tape guys. It looks like Dixie's gonna sweep that high from yesterday. Marvell's still ridiculously strong. Nice bounce today on SYM, Symbiotic. Looking pretty bullish here, triggering an intraday inverted head and shoulders, getting a really nice bounce yesterday. Saw a bottoming tail on a decent amount of volume, and now it's pumping and jumping. The big question is, are we going to see software still acting somewhat well, guys? Microsoft still looks like an interesting long trade here. It's just if the Qs break down, obviously nothing's safe. SoFi was pretty red in the open. It dipped down hard. Now it's bounced back nicely. It's up slightly. Still like SoFi. QQQ, semis are holding steady. You got Nvidia trying to curl to the upside. IGV is also curling, guys. So, I'm going to do a pairs trade here. I think I'm going to keep my QQQ 0, but I'm going to go long Microsoft. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna take those Microsoft 415s again, guys. Calls. All right, I am in at $1.10 on Microsoft. Stop loss on Microsoft is 98 cents. So I'm short the Qs, but I'm long Microsoft. A little bit of a pairs trade. Both are zeros. Nice push on SoFi. SoFi's looking pretty good. There's a possible 10-minute inverted head and shoulders forming on SoFi's chart, guys, and it's trying to break out here. Still getting a nice buy program in Palantir. Palantir's looking bullish as heck. Oracle, nice bounce on Oracle. ServiceNow still holding $100 and trying to push. But yeah, PLTR. Nice push on Palantir. Wow. PLTR is shaking and moving. IGV still trying to bust through that opening range high. So there is looking like there's a bit of rotation starting to come back into software. Dixie still trying to break out here. IGV still pumping. SoFi testing its highs. Marvell still ripping. Sheesh. So again, guys, I'm in QQQ 695 puts, zeros, and Microsoft 415 calls, zeros. Both are zeros. One long, one short. Just that I'm hedged. Palantir's still pushing. IGV is looking a lot stronger now than semis here. IGV is really starting to push. Big push on SoFi. Look at this SoFi chart, guys. Intraday. Trying to trigger an inverted head and shoulders here. I'm still long SoFi from yesterday. We called that banger out. That acted quite well. Nice little inverse head and shoulders potentially trying to maybe trigger today. That takes us to about 1612, 1610. If it can trigger and break. QQQ softening up here. Getting a nice little push here on MSFT. Let's send it. Send it to the top side, baby. Drop the Qs, pump software. I'd love to see the Qs go down and software go green, guys. There is that potential. That's why I'm taking that pairs trade. Here we go. All right. So Qs are looking pretty weak going down while Microsoft's trying to push up. I like it. I like it a lot. Dollar still trying to bust through its prior day high, guys. DXY piercing PDH level from yesterday. Next stop is its pre-market high at 99.47. Dixie's looking crazy bullish. All right, I'm gonna adjust my stop on Microsoft to $1.05, just so that I'm only risking 5 cents now on Microsoft because it's looking a little bit susceptible here with the Qs. Palantir seeing a pretty hard rejection. Interestingly enough, a name that has run with the semiconductor complex this whole time is Nokia. Nokia right now is down 1.5%. So not all semis are starting to perform. All right, crude oil trying to push here. Potential higher high coming intraday for crude back over 101 on WTI. Here comes the QQQ, sell side pressure. Google now down 0.9%. Crazy volatile range for Google today. It was red in the pre-market, then it had a vicious green rally. Now it's back to the red and drilling. Nvidia still at 0.93% and trending back to the highs. Western Digital still holding strength. Micron, although it's off its highs, it's still green and strong. SOXX guys still up over 3% and ripping. Still bubbling up into that 7-day moving average, which is 512.49. What's going to happen here? Nvidia trying to test its opening range high. Intraday still looks strong for NVDA. SOXX going for a new high. Crude oil softening up once again. Microsoft still kind of lagging down here. Struggling. QQQ still just chopping sideways here. IGV getting rejected off its opening range high so far. Healthcare staples are selling. Nvidia pushing even higher, going for a new high of day. Nvidia lifting the SOXX now to 513. SOXX just made a new high a day. Marvell up 8.4. Intel back to 120, up 9.83%. Just can't keep these things down. They are crazy. All right, guys, I did get stopped out there on Microsoft at $1.05. 5-cent loss there. Let's look at these Intel charts. They are mooning. Holy moly, Intel. You're a fucking animal. Intel is an animal. Let's look at AMD. AMD's a full beast. Micron still lagging. Nokia, big rejection there. Google, look at Google drill. That's gnarly. Tesla, that's still hanging in there. AMD, Intel, holy semis are just eating today, guys. Marvell. Is Marvell making a new high today? Oh yeah, Marvell's making a new high today. Holy moly. Sheesh. Wild, man. Wild stuff. Netflix still drilling. QQQ still holding some positive structure here, but your dollar is pumping right now, guys. DXY is ripping. I feel like we're going to get a fat candle sell here. Look at this Dixie. Oh my goodness. Coming into pre-market high, guys, with force. Sheesh. AMD Moon +1. Yeah. Yeah, it is. We do have crude oil inventories today, guys, so that could be market moving. Just keep that in mind. Oh, excuse me. Still riding these QQQ lotto puts, guys. What I'll do is if we get a flush into the gap, I'll trim half and leave a runner. All right. We are coming in sharply here. We are coming in pretty sharply in semiconductor land. Hard rejection there. Your dollar's still strong, but crude oil taking a breather. Nice rejection there. QQQ trying to break that opening range low. If we flush into that gap fill, I will take a trim. Now you're seeing Microsoft trying to hold steady. So a bit of rotation under the hood of the market. Microsoft getting a bounce off of its double bottom, intraday double bottom. IGV software looking decent again. Well, you can tell there's quite a bit of weakness, even though the semis are so strong intraday. I mean, I would have expected the Qs to be holding a little bit better structure. Still got a lot of selling from Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, but big balances. Oh, crude oil news, guys. There's rejection on crude here. I don't know if there's news, 1014, but we are seeing hard, big bounce. Software, there must be some Iranian news or something because the market just got a fat candle bid, guys. Holy moly, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There's news. Nvidia just had a big stick. Man, look at this symbiotic, guys. SYM, fully bully. Man, she is a beast. Stay up 4.4% and ripping. Look at this weekly bottoming tail forming on SYM. That is beautiful. Right off that weekly EMA. If that thing holds and forms this week, I would love it. A little bit of daily chart resistance here, but it's looking crazy bullish. Crude oil just got slapped right back down, guys. I still have my SOFI $15 calls that I called out yesterday, which are nice and deep in the money. I'm going to let those puppies ride because if we get that breakout that I think is coming, SOFI is another mover. So don't sleep on SoFi. Don't sleep on SoFi, guys. Dollar, huge rejection. Crude oil, huge rejection. Bitcoin, silver, gold, everything got a nice little pump there. Look at SoFi, pushing. Let's go, baby. Send us to the top side. Break us out. Market's fully ripping here. Just when we thought it looked like it was gonna gap and crack, all of a sudden the market's like, hell no, ain't no way. Semiconductors still beast mode. QQQ pushing. YS is saying the Pakistani army leader may visit Iran tomorrow to announce the final version of the agreement text. Thank you very. Oh, look at that crude oil candle. Holy moly. Guys, yeah, this market's fully long. Fully long. Look at this crude oil candle. Ouch. Man, fully long the market. Guys, I'm exiting my rig position. I'm exiting my rig position. Holy. Look at the candles formation. SoFi pushing, guys. $15 calls are mooning. Semis are pushing still. Big squeezes across the board, ladies and gents. Market's looking strong, guys. Market is looking hectically strong. IGV just filled its gap there briefly. SoFi triggering that inverse head and shoulders. Microsoft still hasn't filled its gap yet. That dollar. You know what's crazy is this announcement comes right ahead of crude oil inventories. And honestly, there's still going to be a major supply deficit for these crude oil markets. It's a little bit, but under 100, down 3.37. Your Dixie got smoked just when the Dixie looked like it was going for that big gap fill level. Hard rejection back to the downside. I mean, that was a fat candle down. Oof. My oh my. QQQ still looks like it's going to break out here, guys. With four semiconductors are still leading the charge. Nice bounce in uranium, SMCI fully bully, UNH turning green. A lot of the stocks that were lagging are starting to participate. Microsoft right back down. QQQ going for another new high day. She ripping. I think take high risk trade plug, 350 call, high risk. Plug power, guys, 350 call, high risk, 7 cents entry. Plug 350 call. Come on, plug. Push it. Market's still looking pretty bullish here. Semis are still holding steady. Microsoft trying to push off the lows again. Still looks like Microsoft might be a little bit of a long trade. QQQ still looks pretty bullish here, guys. It's one of those days where looks like once we break out of this area on the Qs, they're going to send us for a nice trend day and then maybe a late sell program. So QQQ inverse head and shoulders is pretty big here, guys. And it takes us to a potential 716 TP, guys. Initially retested pre-market low, seeing some rejection. IWM still looking crazy strong right now. I think IWM could hit 279 today, maybe even a little bit higher. Crude oil inventories, guys, are coming out right now, I believe. Yeah, crude oil inventories are coming out right now. Dollar new low of day, guys. Gold, silver could easily hit 77 bucks today. Bitcoin looking like it wants to test 78K today. Market still looks strong. Intel still pushing. IGV, Microsoft CRM, ServiceNow, they're still red on the session. Go figure. Nice day for Cypher. SOXX new high day. Nvidia starting to bust through its prior day high. Yep, EIA crude oil inventories actual minus 7.863 million, forecast minus 2 million. Thank you, YS. So what's crazy is that crude oil inventory report is actually fundamentally bullish for crude, but we saw price get hit a little bit harder. Dollar is getting slapped here, down sharply. Come on, plug. Let's push plug power up, guys. Low priced equity, take us to 350. Send us. SoFi still in those $15 calls from yesterday. Full position, no trim yet. No trim. SoFi testing the high of day potential here. SoFi has triggered that inverted head and shoulders, just like the Qs, guys. SoFi looking pretty bullish here. QQQ looking crazy bullish as well. We could make a move to this inverse head and shoulders target today. Plug starting to make a move. The big question is that I'm still looking to see is, can we get software to turn green? Is Google going to get bought up off the lows? Is Microsoft going to get bought off lows? So far we are seeing Meta getting bought up off the lows. Netflix is still down. So there's still a lot of aspects of the market that could get bought up here to help price action. You still got China stocks that are slightly weak. Staples are slightly weak. But we're getting quite a bit of liquidity flowing back into the tape right now. Come on, SoFi. Make a move. SOXX is starting to come in, a little bit of rejection. Come on, SoFi. What are you doing? Gonna grab some more coffee real quick, guys. All right, we are seeing the dollar and crude oil trying to bounce back a little bit here. Market's still hanging in there, structurally bullish. Banks are also starting to participate. JP Morgan fully bully. Google still struggling, Microsoft still struggling, Meta still struggling, Netflix still struggling. Intel, AMD, Tesla still bully. Apple getting faded. Nvidia is still trying to clear its prior day high. SOXX still a full beast. Fucking plug power, man. You know what? There's a lot of red out there still. So if those red stocks turn green, this market's going to fly even higher. Pattern still looks bullish intraday on the indices. SOXX is taking a little bit of a breather, but Nvidia is starting to get that potential pattern that looks like it's going to make a huge grind higher and push. So software guys, if that starts to go green across the board, we're going to fly on these indices. Oil still stuck under pre-market low, which is bullish for the tape. Still, I'm long SoFi, long plug. Might be a good dip buy into software names today. Still got some big boys that are down. And Datadog's still negative right now. I don't think that's going to last all day. Um, Cisco turned green. Costco's still negative. Interesting. I'm surprised Chipotle didn't get a bigger bid today with Kava. Did Kava earnings get faded? Let me just take a peek at Kava. Oh yeah, Kava got somewhat faded, but coming in. All right, we're starting to see plug power. Let's see plug power, guys. Let's get these 350 calls in the money, baby. Come on. SoFi still looking bullish, flagging on the 10-minute chart. Nvidia coming up into its pre-market high levels. Come on, plug. Plug us into some profits. Boeing having a nice bounce day. ARM is up 15.57%. Holy moly. AMAT having a nice day. Adobe still down 2.26. ADI still down about 5. Airlines are catching a fat bid. SoFi bull flag. Come on, SoFi. Pump it. Pump it up. Marvell still looking strong. Semis are still holding structure, although they're softening up a little bit on the 10 minutes, still holding 515 on SOXX. Fucking rockstar champs. Come on, SoFi. Give us a new high a day. All right, Nvidia getting rejected off its pre-market high. This might be a backtest dip buy on Nvidia. We'll have to see. What's this ADI doing? ADI still looks like a dog. Adobe still struggling, but ARM. Jeez, what a move on ARM today, guys. Thing is wild. BBAI up 7.5% and Moonin. Big Bear AI. Tesla looks like it wants a new high a day. Ondas is trying to break out. CLSK has just been moving. Some of these high volume names are filthy. RDW, plug still trying to consolidate. Here comes plug. Get plugged into some profits. Come on. Come on, plug. Squeeze it. I want to see a move like this on plug. Nice squeeze like this. SoFi still looking bullish. Markets are hanging in there. A-OK. IWM just flagging. China stocks are starting to firm up. Plug power has turned green. Squeeze it, pluggy. Squeeze it, plug. Plug, plug, plug. Saying CRML, I like the daily chart too. Let's take a peek. Yeah, it's gaining some momentum intraday here. Yeah, holding the 200. Yeah, you can long that there. Off that 200 for sure. Oh shit, yeah, Enphase is mooning today. Holy moly, Enphase looks crazy. Oh yeah, Enphase FSLR looks good too as well, guys. Oh yeah. Crude oil is still trying to make its move through that pre-market low. Come on, plug. Get going. S&P starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure here. Crude oil is still pretty weak. Nice move up on plug. She is squeezing. Look at that rally on Symbiotic, guys. What a fat bottoming tail. Beautiful. Pull back here in your semis. A little bit more sell side pressure hitting your semis. Nvidia seeing quite a decent down candle. We're seeing crude oil trying to spike a little bit, pushing up off the lows, still down 4.3%. A big pullback in the tape here, guys. Plug still looks like it could squeeze much, much higher here, guys. I'm still trading it long. President Trump orders U.S. government to update regulations to integrate crypto into traditional finance and payment systems. That should be bullish for SoFi. Plug still looks pretty squeezy here, guys. Very close, I think, to breaking out. Very close. It's trying to recapture this little bit of a channel that it was trading in. If it can close inside of there, that would be a good start. It needs to get past this first little fib retrace level is 342, and then I think we really start to see it squeeze. Come on. S&P still seeing some sell side pressure in your semis. A couple mags. Google still showing weakness. Microsoft. Markets still look pretty solid, guys. IWM flagging on the 5, 10, and 15-minute chart. Same thing with SPY. SPY still holding some key pivots. You really don't want to see it lose this previous gap fill in SPY. That's kind of the line that I think the bulls want to defend. So I think that dips can still be bought on the indices as long as you stay above this prior gap fill. So if you fall below that, I think SPY can get faded down, but bullish above. Seem to be getting some news, some wicks, guys. There's some increased wicks starting. Oil almost taking out the lows of the session. Maybe that's just it. Plug power still looks squeezy. I thought it would have broken out, but it seems like maybe they're waiting till the volume lightens up here in the afternoon. But the S&P getting a nice big candle there. Um, SoFi still looks really bullish. Symbiotic, really bullish. Kratos, good day. Fucking semis though. Semis are still beast mode. So the FOMC minutes are being released right now. You can see spies working around. So the markets might get a little bit of an end of the day pump here off of that FOMC minutes. We're seeing a pretty big stick on SPY. Semis are right back up. SoFi right back up. I gotta get something to eat. A snack. What should I snack on? Been waiting for this frickin' plug power all damn day. It looked like it was so ready to bust through resistance, and it just keeps playing with my feelings. It keeps toying with me. BRB, guys. Kevin saying Samsung and Union agreed to a deal. And the strike is averted. Thank you for that information. Bullish. New all-time highs. Send it. Bullish Nvidia. No, that's crazy. Actually is bullish news for the market, but Pretty big sell-off hitting Nvidia here, guys, intraday. Nice hard dump. We're seeing Nvidia selling off pretty hard here despite that S&P pump. Nvidia breaking down here just a little bit. Uh, About to set a new intraday lower low. Coming in pretty hard here. Hmm. I don't recommend it, but I'm taking a couple lottos on Intuit, 440 calls, 440 calls, lottos, size appropriately if you're gonna play. But I'm taking 440 calls on Intuit, sized for 0. What else do we have after hours? We got so yeah, let me just put this in. We also have Walmart, Neo, John Deere, EJ's. Walmart will be a big one in the morning session for your staples stocks, so just keep that in mind if you have staples exposure. 440, end of week, May 22nd. 440 calls on Intuit. I got a 250 fill. 250 fill, $2.50. Just two. And I'm not hedging it. I'm just going in YOLO on that trade. Um, don't get me wrong, IV is really high. 151.99% IV. 470 contracts open at the 440 call. 440 put. Let's see how many are open. Four. Four contracts open at the 440 put. Put train is pretty barren. Actually, no, there was a shit ton of volume today at the 375 put. Holy shit, there's 1,300 contracts, 1,346 contracts that opened at the 375 put. And what price is that? That's 11.20 a contract. I feel like, God, that's a huge, huge amount of puts to pay out. I don't think they want to pay those 375s out. That's a ton. Oh no, it's not the open interest. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. 406 open interest at the 375. But Quite a few contracts were traded there today, though. Still 779 open interest at 370 puts. And those are at 920-ish. Huh. Intuit are fairly expensive contracts. But I mean, hey, they're expecting to grow their revenue from last quarter reporting 4.65 billion to this quarter 8.54 billion. That's an 82% growth quarter over quarter. Granted, it's tax season and accounting, so but it should be good enough for pop, I would hope. But software's been hated, so there's a big chance that it can go down. Really nice bounce on the symbiotic today. I like it. That's stunning. What about serve? Evatol stocks. Oh, got wrecked there. Nokia has still struggled pretty much all session. Nice push up on Constellation Brands today. I wonder if Celsius is making a move today. Looks like CMG is ready for a long. Chipotle, pretty defined risk. Stop loss below this pivot today. CMG looks pretty good. Chipotle. IGV still pumping. Man, anyone still held those service nows? We like picked a low this morning. I don't even want to look at what those cons are at, but nice bounce. Come on, plug. Break out. Give us a high a day. Fucking guy's been dead down here. Plug power. Come on. What have you been doing? You're staring at light. LATE. Is the light on or off? Fucking plug kills me. I thought it was gonna break out today with force. It had all of the structure, and it just fumbled. Fucking hate it. SoFi is acting really well. Plug will probably do it tomorrow. Had a chance to take about, I think I was up 80% during the morning session on plug, but I was fucking going for a big one. It's close to a squeeze. I feel like it's super close. Here it comes. It's gonna do some crazy end of day move. It's still pretty impressive to see Microsoft, how it made a reversal, IGV, CRM service now, a couple of those aspects are really caught a nice intraday bid, showing that there is still some rotationary trends underneath the hood of the market. Obviously, SPY is still super strong, Qs, but good rallies intraday for software off of the lows. That's the only reason why I'm taking into it long. That with the big revenue growth, I feel like there should be room for it to run. It's the first signs of accumulation that we've been seeing in software and semis. Usually it's one or another, not both. Today we're seeing software and semis running. So, bit of a character change, possibly. Pin plug. Bullshit, man. Final 17 minutes. Make your bets now. World's largest company hinges in the balance. Hinges in the balance. Is it going to be a nothing burger? Is it going to be a pump? Or is it going to be a dump? Paulie saying pump then dump. I like it. Fuck you, plug. Plug sucks, man. Would have expected BTC, Bitcoin, to be up a little bit more today on a day like this. Maybe it's going to break out after hours or something, but not the best rally for Bitcoin with yields dollar soft, oil soft. Hmm. Oh, look at plug. Nice bounce on Lululemon and Nike today. Good bounces. Bullish engulfing on Lulu's chart. Looking pretty spicy. So pretty interesting IGV, guys. Very strong here into the close. IV too high to bet. Yep, you're paying up on IV for sure. Fucking plug, man. You're strong all day and then they just gave it up. Bastards. And they don't make it easy. Nice move on software, guys. Really strong move. Nvidia getting a pump too. Everything pumping. Everything pumping and jumping. Strong IGV surge, guys. Really strong. Fucking software names just got bid the hell up. Let's look at PLTR real quick. Yeah, at the highs. Look at this IGV ripping. Microsoft ripping. Oracle ripping. App loving about to break out. Intraday. Hood still lagging a little bit. CRM moving. Service now all the way at 103, guys. To think we picked the low off of the sweep this morning. Shit, those calls would be worth a lot. Do I even want to look at what those calls are? Of course I want to look. Let's look. Oh shit, what are they worth now? That's the scary thing about trading is you pick lows and often look back and regret. I can't even remember what I entered. What did I enter? I gotta look at my position. The $98 calls. I entered at 240. Now they're at 575. Damn. Don't do it. Too late. Too late. Even those Microsofts that I got shaken out of, those fucking printed. Instead, I watched Plug Power all day. Do fucking nothing. Damn. That's crazy. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes till the open. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this DPRO I feel like is close, guys. DPRO I feel like is close. I remember last time I traded, we bought it down here, sold here for about nice gain and left a shit ton on the table. This time, I might hold for a while. How's the Ondas doing? Still backing and filling. Nice bounce today on Kratos, KTOS. SoFi getting a nice bid here into the close. That's good. SoFi still looking like a G. SoFi looks really strong. Plug Power gave everything up. Are you kidding me? Bastard. Semis are still relentless. SOXX is at the highs of the session. Yeah, Ondas lagging quite a bit. Oof, look at this FSLR. This chart looks beast as well. Looks like it's slightly behind end face, but FSLR, not a bad chart to go long on. Strong. ENPH. Yeah, sheesh. Man, if ENPH can clear this is one big base. If it clears these high pivots, you got a runner. Let's go to our solar. I'm thinking about getting into FSLR. There's just too much that's gonna happen with NVIDIA after hours, but I really want to get into FSLR. I like that one. Or I don't have much, I don't have any solar exposure right now, which is disappointing. I missed that one. Yeah, Bloom Energy still looks beast mode as well. This is another one that could have. This one is going to have another leg higher. It hasn't had its blow off move yet. Even though it's extended, it still looks beast. This is why I kind of went into Plug. I was like, you know what, Plug, I think it's going to retest the highs. Nope. How's Sunrun doing? Yeah, it's really Enphase and First Solar are the ones that look like beasts. This is a tight bull flag on the daily for First Solar. Yeah, we're looking at new highs coming. All right, guys, that's the session. Nice couple of day tradable winners today. Semis just crushed it. Software had a nice rebound. Very solid session for the market. Let's see what happens after hours for the tape. Nice. Into it so far, pushing to the top side. That's going to help IGV. That should help IGV. Come on, don't give it up into it. Don't you be a dirty dog. Come on. I don't even know what the earnings are yet. Let's see. Oh my god, there it goes into it. Fuck. EPS 1280. Revenue 8.56 billion for Intuit. Seems pretty good. I think it's in line, but the reaction is poor. There goes my calls. Toast. Big beat on, well, revenue beat 8.56 billion, EPS beat, and the stock is still getting crushed. Like, go figure, right? That's just the nature of the beast. Fundamentals detach, massive 82.5% revenue growth for the quarter, and the stock still gets slammed. You know, it's not even like it's an expensive stock down here. Great quarter, great earnings, just decimated. Like, come on, give me a break, man. Fucking bullshit. My 440 calls got cooked. Oh, you snakes, man. That's such a good report. And you just don't like it. Like, what the heck? I, you know what? Sometimes you can't get these fundamentals. It's gonna hurt IGV now. IGV's falling 24 cents in the after hours, so yeah, they're probably gonna pump up semis. Dumb software, pump semis. The usual. Fucking into it, man. That's such a good report. How the hell do you guys fumble that? What the hell? So Nvidia earnings are at 4:30, so I'm not going to stay on till then. Um, but I wish you all the best. And if you took it into a call to me, I apologize. It's looking like they're going to be cooked. Cooked. Unless we get some miraculous pump. But doesn't look likely. They did the good old shakedown.